No, no, no. Hang on, hang on. We're getting things ready here. I think it's this button to get us started. And hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is February 18th, 2025. And we're going to write a little bit of code today. Go ahead. It's this one right here. And give it a second here. And let's see what it says. There you go. It is the Black Eye of Agamotto hat. There you go. Nice. It did pick up that it was, in fact, Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto. There you go there. Robson, good to see you there. Let me get some music playing in the background here and we'll get things started. I'm going to go with the Stream Beats, where is it, EDM playlist here today. There we go. Let's start down here. I'm going to go right at the top. This is called First Win. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music that we're listening to today. Let me say hello to the chat room. They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Big thanks to everybody jumping in here early. Let me say hello to C Sharp Titan. Hello. Billy Cool with a big wave. Reg 9K. Surly Dev, good afternoon to you. Sea of hello, bring on the chaos. We're gonna have, there's always chaos here. Oh yes. Is this a new hat? Nope. I've had this hat for a couple of years. So, oh yeah, we've had this hat for a couple of years. So it was like 2016, 2017 that I got this hat, and the folks at the comic shop that I bought it at were like, "You look just like Doctor Strange. You need this hat." Okay. So, and there is a little bit of Doctor Strange on the brim there. There you go. So, how you doing there, Eris? Welcome in. I've been tinkering a little bit more with Playwright. There was a bug that came in yesterday that I kind of skipped over. It was like, yeah, okay, we'll write a test and we'll exercise that. And I started tinkering with Playwright to execute the capabilities around that feature before I actually try that scenario that was documented in that test. And what I'm running into is I'm running into just this instability in the Playwright tests getting consistent results as we execute them. Thank you. They're a collection. They're kept in boxes here. They're well cared for, and or they're hanging on hooks on the wall over here. I do a lot to make sure that they're kept in good condition. Some of them you can see where I've put them on and they've some of my skin oil has gotten on it, right, and it's discolored a little bit. You see that with some of the C# hats. I have a number of hats that have discolored in the sun, but there are many of the hats I actually I specifically do not wear outside because I don't want them to discolor. I want them to be more of a collector's piece, and this is one of those that I protect and keep because this is gold thread on the logo up there. So I've been going through and doing more and more testing. Let me show you, for example, here. Let me head over to the GitHub. You know the GitHub. It's the hub of all things Git. And I have the Playwright tests. I'm rerunning them because I added a test that runs most times okay locally, but when it runs out here, doesn't work. Doesn't work for some reason, and it's a timeout issue. I'm like, that's weird. How you doing there, McNets? Hello. C# Titan with an ask on updates on the shipping dates for the visor glasses. So on the investor website for Immersed, the company that makes the visor virtual reality glasses. See, there it goes. It failed again. And it's a different one each time that fails. What Immersed has said on their investor website is that they are shipping all of their founders units by the end of March. So, and the remainder will be shipped in the summer. So we'll see. Skyhoshi asks, is the context shared across tests? I've set up the parallelism in XUnit to be 1 so that it does not run in parallel. And it still times out on me here. Now, we can dig in and take a look at this a little bit further. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but I want to show you a little bit of my process as I go through and work on doing bug fixes. And I feel like this is what we should be doing as software developers when we get a bug report. So let me back up to the actual bug report. Now, you may not have a bugs tab like I do here on GitHub. I'm running the GitHub enhanced extension inside of refined GitHub. There it is. You see it right there in Firefox. You can get this for all the browsers, but it goes through and it does some things to make GitHub a little bit easier to use. If you look at my list of bugs, there's this. This was opened by, this is Ocular Malice, and it says dates are not being saved when creating posts in the past. So if you create a new blog post, set the date to sometime in the past, save the post, visit the homepage, the date on that post should have been saved, and it should be prior to the current date. It should be what was specified. It does seem like it's timing out on, it's getting stuck on something, and it's not entirely clear. So what do we do? Well, before I get to that part, first thing here, I don't have tests that actually do the standard, hey, let's create a blog post and publish it. So before I can get to this exceptional scenario, let's do the happy path, the standard thing that we expect developers to do. So I started writing those tests. I rebooted my machine overnight here, so let me get my terminal up and running here, and we can take a look at this. No, come on now, Fritz. And we're going to jump into the Sharp site folder. Thank you so much. So, this is looking at, and I created a branch called fix post date, right? I'm post dating a post, right? I'm changing the date on the post, so here it is. That's the name of this branch that I'm creating to put together this fix in. I'll open VS Code. We'll take a look using Visual Studio Code here. And you'll see, to the question from Skyhoshi of what's the context? So context isn't shared. Thanks so much. And you can see here, I set the XUnit max parallel threads to 1 so that there is no shared context, okay? It's only going to run one test at a time. And if I look in my end-to-end testing project up here, I started adding this class, create post tests. And I started by initially giving GitHub Copilot a queue to start writing this test. And it came up woefully wrong. But I create a Playwright test that logs in, navigates to the create post page, fills in the form, and submits it. Now, I have an abstract class called Authenticated Page Tests that has a method already set up, log in as default admin, so that it'll go to the login page, key in the default email and password. We know, right? We've worked on this together. The default user ID is admin at localhost. The default password is admin123, exclamation point. It clicks the login button and it awaits. It waits for that to complete. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the theme. This is the cyberpunk theme. Yeah, preferences, color theme, right? Cyberpunk. There you go, right down there. So, Why not? Change it up a little bit. So it does that whole login. Then it's going to go to the admin post. That's the post list page. I'm sorry. No, that's the create new post page. We're going to click into the title text box. We're going to fill it in with the text test post. We're going to get the text box, and this is for the content. We're going to type in the text, this is a test. Go find the save button and click it. Take a screenshot. It should redirect us back to the post list page. We're going to expect to see a table cell that says test post. Make sure that that works. Go to the home page, take a screenshot. Then go find the test post, click it, take a screenshot. Go find the H1 on that page. It should say test post. I'm going to next do the check to make sure that the date is the current date. But I haven't been getting here, right? If we take a look back over here at our failure, right? This is in create post, and it is trying to find the title, right? Get by placeholder title. Actually, this is way earlier in this. This is here. It's waiting for the post list page to come up, and it hasn't loaded, and I don't know why. So let's run this locally. I have the exact same tests that I can run locally here. While it's running locally, let's let you restart the extension there. Go ahead, be my guest. And I'm going to run the same tests locally here. I have a PowerShell script, build-in test. You've seen me run this. Longtime viewers of the channel. So let's run that real quick. And all of this source code is available. If you want to dig in, you want to take a look and learn a little bit more, let me set up the link while that's kicking off here. I am updating tests and adding a get started feature to SharpSite. And the source code, the website, you can go to it now. It's real easy, sharpsite.org. That'll give you a link over to the GitHub where you can download all the source code that I'm working with. You can interact with it. You can tinker with it. You can try it on your own. It is completely free. No questions asked. Here it is running right here. It's running in its own Docker container with its own Docker volume. So it's completely isolated. Doesn't have any of the existing stuff. And boom. This one fails. And it's on a different page. The Playwright navigations are not running the way that I expect them to, right? I'm in create post tests, and it's still on the home page, right? So going back here, I told it to go to the home page, take a screenshot, find the test post, click it, take a screenshot.
Mitin01 just
Mithin.
resubscribed for 41 months. Hello there. I mean, 39 months of good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is in your part of the world.
Thank you so much. That is so kind. Yes, 41 months. Really appreciate the support, Mithin. Thank you. Great to have you here. So what I can do now, I can go take, and why I've been taking those screenshots, let's go take a look at the folder at the screenshots. So I'm going to drop into end-to-end, SharpSite end-to-end, bin, debug. This is right the output of those Playwright snapshots. So here's the test post PNG. And we can see it went to test post 2/18, February 18. That's today. And we'll take a look at the post list when it finished. It did not go back to the post list. Did not go back to it. Right? After it clicks save, we should have ended up on the post list page. We didn't. And we can probably move this down. Right? It says it found it. Do we need to wait for the post list page to load? So that's what the await should be doing on these. Right? When you say go to async, it should be waiting for that to load. And when I go to test post home, right? There it is. It's on the home page, and it does have the test post. So I'm going to find the link, right? That link right there and click it. And it's not. Where did we error out here? It's like we didn't wait. Right? We clicked, and then it's like we have to wait. Oh, no, it saved it. It saved it, right? We can... Skyhoshi, we can see that it's there. My wait on click async only waits for the click command to be issued, not for whatever the browser is tricked into doing by the click. So, okay. So, I want to make sure I pronounce your screen name properly. Is it Civ? Is it Sisv? Help me out there. I want to make sure I pronounce it properly for you. I think you might be right. I might need to wait for the next page to load because it is right. It is the post redirect get. Bob. Okay, I'll pronounce it Bob. So right, I'm clicking it and doing this await on it, but it might still be on the same page because the redirect hasn't completed yet. Because we're using enhanced navigation with Blazor. Okay, maybe you're onto something. Async timing navigation. Yes. Yes. So maybe what else do we have here on await page dot? What do we have? Right? Because it's not doing a navigation. What else do we have here? Run and wait for requests. Run and wait for response. What's that do? Returns the matched response. Maybe run and wait. What else do we have here? Run and wait for navigation? Is that a thing? With a func and then page run and wait operations. Okay, let's try that. Right? Test post, click async. Hang on, I'm open to trying things here because stuff. Now, yeah. What are you doing? Go pilot. So that's an awaitable task and it's deprecated. This method is inherently racy. Ooh la la. Use wait for URL async. What's this? All right. Page wait for URL async. Okay, so let's delete this. Right? No, you. Wait for now. And that's the URL. Click async. Clicking the link will indirectly cause a navigation. Ah, okay. So maybe before we click it, we get the URL off of the anchor, and then we wait for that page to load? Okay, I'm game for that. Right? So if we call this test post link, I'm learning here, so this is all cool. It didn't play the alert. You know, I'm saying run and await, but every time I okay, I will try to work on that. Page wait for navigation async. Yeah, it's saying wait for URL to use. So let's see what we get here. Page get by role. Oh no, it's okay. So that doesn't get awaited. That's fine, right? Oh, why don't you like that? Get by role. Yeah, that should be a semi at the end of that. Okay, so now I have test post link dot. What do we got? So I know that that's an anchor tag. So I want to get. Can I get the attributes off of it? Is there no? Element fill frame get. Here we go. Get by text. No, not inner HTML. So how do I get the text off of it? So that I can do this wait for URL. The wait for navigation, right? Wait for... Yeah, see, wait for navigation has been deprecated. So we need to tell it, wait to get to the next page. Is it possible the click event is configurable such that it'll wait within the same method call? If I put that back together, stop it. And you will do that for a second here. Right, I've got like... Okay, so what do we have inside of click async? Options. Yeah, what do we have for options? Yeah, that's for the shift, right? What are the options? How are you modifying the click? Holding down shift, control, different things like that. Yeah. Right? New locator, click options. Really? Do this. So I could choose button, click count, delay. What does delay? Timeout. Is it going to tell me what delay is? It's not a collection initializer. All right. So what can I find off of this John? What do we got? It isn't an anchor. It's a locator. Yeah, I'm looking for a get attribute. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Xeris. Can I set focus and click? Yes, but it doesn't know to wait for the repaint. It's not it's not a real redirect that happens. Right? Because we're working with Blazor enhanced navigation. So it's not actually doing a navigation. It's repainting the page. Right? Right? This is the tricks that are being done for us, right? There should be a get attribute there. Let's get attribute async. Yeah, thank you, Blazor Mr. Magoo. And so I want to get href, right? So I should be able to say var earl equals, right? So I'm going to click and then what I want to do is await page. Wait. Really? Can I do that? Can I also do await page dot wait for Earl async? Can I do that? Now, it wants a string. Now, why doesn't it, what does it think this is? Oh, I didn't await this. Yeah. And that should clear up there, right? Because that's a string now. Yep. Let's do Earl dot value. You don't like that. Why don't you like that? Yeah, I know it might be null here, but it's not. Try it again. And now we're going to take a screenshot and move along, and hopefully we'll get a thing. So let's try this. No, not that one. I've already got that open. So I'm going to rebuild, run the test. I'm going to run all the end-to-end tests, and we'll see what it does. So, are we sure that Blazor's navigation doesn't work with the wait for navigation? What we're observing from the screenshots is, well, hang on. Wait for navigation, right, is deprecated. Wait for URL is what it wants us to do. Yeah, the attention. Right, that's... That worked. Oh, I know what this is. I know what's going on there. Give me 1 second. 1 second. And the test worked. So we might be in a better place here. Let's try running it again. Just once is good. Twice, probably better. There we go. Let's see what we get. Right, because we're using Blazor enhanced navigation, it might not be behaving properly. The testing's already taking too long. I know it's broken. I can tell. Okay. This is good. This is... Which test is this? Profile test. Can view profile. Attempting to go into and see manage profile. It's just that one test. So we're probably seeing the same thing happen here, where we're not waiting long enough for it to actually get there. So let's go tweak that. And now I've got all these screenshots sitting out here too, right? Like, if I go up here, bin, right here, test post, test post, test post. Right, and if I look at the post list, there it is, I can see it. The actual test post, yes, there it is. And the home page looks good. So, I feel good about those. Which one was it? Profile tests. And this is in Can View Profile. Here we go. So it's going to, right. So this is a navigate to that page and then take a screenshot and call it profile PNG. And this is where it said I couldn't find this. So if I go back into here, profile PNG, it says it couldn't find. Yeah, because I'm not logged in. Why didn't it log in? Where'd it go? So it should have logged in as default admin. So am I getting tripped up here where to, I forget whose point it was. Am I in the same context and the browser is, for some reason, thinking that it's... Right, I got logged out because of another running. Hey, Dr. Cox. I don't know. How you doing? So, that's frustrating. Right? That's really frustrating. Because it should be in its own context, right? Like, if we go to the Playwright documentation... Playwright dev docs, and I'm really enjoying working with Playwright, and this aha moment that we just had about, well, wait a sec, the Blazor enhanced navigation doesn't actually click and navigate. May solve a number of issues here. So Playwright execute tests in isolated environments called browser context. The isolation model improves reproducibility and prevents cascading test failures. Tests can load existing authenticated state. This eliminates the need to authenticate in every test and speeds up test execution. That sounds like a thing that I should be doing. Okay. Regardless of the authentication strategy you choose, you're likely to store authenticated browser state on the file system. Am I? I don't know. Playwright can automate interaction with the login form. Yeah. Go there, fill this in, fill that in. Click async. Yeah. Redoing for every test can slow down execution. To mitigate that, reuse existing authentication state instead. Okay. Playwright provides a way to reuse the signed-in state in the test, the way you can log in only once, and then skip the login test step for all the tests. Web apps use cookie-based or token-based authentication. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Danny Express. Hello. Playwright provides browser context storage state async method that can be used to retrieve storage state from authenticated context and then create new context with pre-populated state. Whoa. Cookies and local storage. The following code snippet retrieves state from authenticated context and creates a new context with that state. And then we can get into session storage. So I'm logging out at the end of every one of my tests. Right? I'm not doing that in these. I am doing that in some of these other tests. Right here. Maybe we don't do that. Right? Authenticated page. Right, this is my base class. So maybe I do this once. Or I do it. Do it once and then save that state. And then don't do it again. Storage state async to save it. It's interesting to me that they didn't put the verb on here, save. Because your access is going to expire. So when does it save this? Immediately at the time that completes? In which case, am I going to have do I need a reader-writer lock around this? to ensure that I get the right context. And they're putting down .auth in the project root. Okay. Let's... Where is context? No, I didn't want that. You go away. What is it? Alt-Shift-P? No, Alt-Shift-I. Go ahead. Yeah, format. Shift-Alt-F. Really? There we go. If I run that, what do I get? Just run it again. See if it's saved. Found out Control / does a comment on the line. Oh, yeah. It's interesting that the bot has had a different salute at the end of some of these Marvel hats each time we run the hat command. The brim is an intricate swirling design that adds a magical and otherworldly touch to the overall aesthetic. There we go. Look at that error. Ooh, look at that error. Could not find a part of the path. Playwright.auth state JSON. Yeah, that doesn't exist. So let's just go up here and call this .auth. Right? Do that. Right? That's good enough. Go do this. Run it again. Did I make my own Oh My Posh config? Yes. You can find it in my .files repository. It's linked in the panels just below Nitro piece. You can take a look in there and you can find my config. There we go. K Martinez, welcome. Here it is running the tests. Okay, that ran successfully, and here's .auth JSON and cookies, ASP.NET Culture, value, en, that's weird. Domain, localhost, path, expires -1. So it expires immediately. Anti-forgery token. Yeah, look at all that garbage. Blah, blah, blah. Domain localhost expires -1. Same site strict. Yeah. This is all expiring immediately. Yeah. So it's not going to work the next time you come through. Hey, Burger B! Right, so if instead of that... Right, so now that I have that off, if I use... See, but now I'm right, if I take this and I replace that and say context, I can't do that. It's read-only. So if I do that and do this, and turn this into, right, context is, what is it? An iBrowser context. But I feel like there's something here we should be overriding that'll do this. No. Well, what's an initialize async? Yeah? Show me where that is. So this is inside Playwright. And what's inside context? New context, context options, configure await. So can I specify the context options? Hey, thank you, Burger B. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hey there, Infested. Welcome. I'm sorry, Infested __. How's it going there, friends? This is interesting, right? This is something that we can do because this library is open source, right? We can dig into the reference and see what's going on. Copilot? I don't know. Hold that thought. Right, hang on, let's go back into that. Initialize async. Yeah. This initialize, right? I'm able to dig into the references and Visual Studio Code is showing me what these are. Context is coming out of context test, and if I dig that, right? Yeah, go find that. What do you mean? You were just looking at that. You make me sad. I was doing F12. Come on. Find me that definition. No, I know you know what that is. I know that you know what that is. I have 12 into that, and I get the decompile here. And I can go into this one, and you're not going to show it to me. But I can go into this one, and you're still not going to show it to me. And I'm going to go into this one, and you're still not going to show it to me. Do I really have to go to the source code? If I go into symbol cache, what's in symbol cache? Context test. It's right there! I can override context options. Do the thing! Darn Skippy, that's what I want it to do. Am I dropping frames here? What's going on there? Let's see. I feel like I should be able to override this. Right? Authenticated page. I'm in here. So instead of overriding that... What the heck? Override. Yeah, context options. No. Okay. Here's the challenge that I have. This is the question that I need help from the Copilot team at Microsoft on. What happens when I press tab here? Is it going to fill in the ghost text, or is it going to do the IntelliSense? It did the IntelliSense. So can I set the storage state path here on this? Right, so can I say var options equals that? Yeah, can I do that? Is that a thing? In which case, I don't need that. And I don't need to change this thing. So can I just say return task, completed task? Just to have it end right now. Right? Actually, I can just say return because I have an async on this, right? And now you're upset because you're not getting called. I know. I'm so sorry. Too bad. All right, run the thing. Not state, it should be auth. I have it wrong. You're right. Cancel this. And rerun that. Let's see what we get here. And here we go. Error. Unreachable code detected. Yeah, I know. That's not an error. It probably is because I turned on warning as errors. Fine. Cancel that. Back over here. Rerun. Dot auth. Oh, shoot. You're right. Cancel that. Rerun it. Cool. Here we go. Come on. So this is starting the entire system, right? We're using .NET Aspire so that we can model our database and everything here, and everything failed. What? I knew that's what I wanted. Run it again. It runs so quickly. You've been fighting that all week? Yeah. Napalm, happy time zone to you. Bob says, I guess it depends on my key bindings. I don't think it's a key binding thing. I don't think it's a key binding thing when it shows the ghost text from Copilot and the IntelliSense. It's a confusing thing. Here we go. Let's see what this does. And failed. Unable to get to manage profile. I have a feeling we're going to see that with a bunch of these. Yep, because we're going to hit 30-second timeouts on these, right? So there's a timer that's going here. We go back into this. That is working on manage profile. That is the test profile, right? Profile PNG. Unable to load user. Because it's a brand new database. It doesn't know the user. Ha-ha! So we need to write a new authentication bit each time. Okay. We can figure that out. So let's change this back to async. What? And more news. Hello, welcome. So, and instead of doing this here, yeah, I'm going to do that. And uncomment that. Get rid of this. Let's do something like this. Private static bool. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. If it does, delete the file and log in again. Yep. Okay. And then we're going to have our storage, our state, and it should do the thing now. Run it again. I think this is going to take care of just one piece of this puzzle that we're having with Playwright. And there's still more to uncover here. It'd be nice if it didn't have to build so long for running the tests. All right. Ooh, wow, look at this. Specified storage state file does not exist. Auth JSON. Right, because I deleted it. And it's going to go and create it at that point. Yeah. Do that. There you go. Man. Here we go. There we go. Or DNS. It's always DNS. There's a problem with the website? Probably DNS. Those name settings, always tricky. Always tricky. Let's see what's going on while we're waiting for this to go. Yeah. It's gonna fail. It's gonna fail. Yeah. Trying to find the logout button. In the can log out. Two failed. Let's get rid of can logout. Right, it's over here. This one. Log in, log out. Take a screenshot. For right now, let's comment this out. Because we're changing how log in, log out works. Do that again.
Oh my.
Right. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Method lacks async. Oh, you dog. Do it again. How are we doing? I know there was some interest in me going back and looking at test accountability, but I think we're in. It's going to say lacking a return. Yes. All right, so let's do return task completed. Do it again. Like the .NET Aspire part of this is running correctly. It's in my mind, it's the Blazor enhanced navigation that isn't quite behaving properly. Or Playwright doesn't know how to handle it. And we need to teach it how to handle it. And I think we're going to hit a 30-second timeout on this. As I sit here and shuffle my poker chips and wait for the tests. It's so annoying. Ads are running for the next minute 30. We got 90 seconds of just us there. This is the premium content you've been asking for, right? How you doing, Ramtena? There you go. Take a look at that hat. And it's looking for the login button in has login link. It might not have that in first login tests. Yeah, because it's this should be going with a non-authenticated login. So I did an override on context options here. Can I? No, I can't set context options on this. So this is just checking to see does it have a login link. And then this is attempt to log in, attempt to log out. So maybe I actually need this. Isn't an authenticated. It's just, hey, let me peek around here and make sure I have a login button. So maybe I need this actually in its own test, its own test class. I'm okay with that. That makes sense to me. So if I go down here somewhere, we do right public class first visit tests. I don't know. And I'm going to go with I have sharp site page test. Something like that. Does it have the log? Well, it's already checking for the login link on this, but can visit homepage? Sure. I think that's fine to do. Right, and this is so right. I'm moving things around just a little bit. First login. Actually, can you log in? And that I think should work. Try it again. Can we lower the timeout? Oh yeah, yeah. We can definitely lower the timeout. The default timeout I think is in the context. Viewport size, base URL. Where is it? No, I don't see it in there. There's a way to do it. Create post. Here we go. Failing on getting the title. And here we are on manage profile. This is... Show me where that error is. See, these errors don't tell me much. Waiting for... No, that's not this one. Get by placeholder title. It's in here. Get by placeholder title. I think it's that one. Like, I don't think it got logged in properly. No. Playwright's good for API testing as well. Yes. Yes, it is. Playwright's great for just connecting to a web server and executing what you would expect a web browser to do. So, on YouTube, Huang asks, why don't I use Visual Studio? I use a little bit of both. I bounce back and forth. I'm deciding to use Visual Studio Code for a little bit here. This is really frustrating. If I go into this again, and where it does the login, wait a sec, I can delete this at the beginning, right? I can do that delete cleanup at the beginning. On end-to-end suite start. No. No. Right, because XUnit has before all? No. Come here, you. Run this at the beginning of the entire test suite. Let's see what Copilot does. Because I forget what the attribute is. No. What is the XUnit attribute to run this? And this is on 01. I'm going to change this back over to GPT-4o, which I felt like gave me more accurate results. At the beginning of the XUnit test suite. Implement the initialize async method. Oh, yeah? And it keeps wanting to do this login at the beginning. Sure, do that. No, I want this one applied. Applying the edits. Hey there.
Nillian
Nallian.
just resubscribed for 21 months.
Thank you so much. That's good. That's good. Sure, that's a space. I don't care. That's fine. Sure, go ahead, do that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Okay. So, why doesn't it like this? No, let's make this explicit to that. You still don't like that. Fine. No, what was it to format? Right, it was like Alt-Shift-F. There it is. End-to-end. Check if the auth file exists. If it does, delete the file. So now I don't need to do this check because I'm only running this right at the beginning. So that the file is generated right at the beginning. Right? So now when it runs, I should have a fresh auth JSON file on disk. And then be able to parse and do something with it later in the code. Are we sure that ChatGPT is correct on this? It's Copilot. Sure looks like it is. Here we are. Create post, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Login as default admin, end-to-end suite start. So here we are in end-to-end suite start on 36, and it's saying, hey, this doesn't exist. Yeah. I think we do this delete here. What? Check if the auth file exists. If it does, blah, blah, blah. Now, why don't you like this? Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And We're going to put it right there. This doesn't need to be async. Really? I had your entire... Whatever. Okay. So that should clean up the auth.json file if it existed. Yeah. And it's not attempting to use the browser at all. Run it. So now the first time it goes to log in, it should write that auth.json file. And since I set parallelism to 1, it should then be there for each additional request, so it doesn't have to do the whole login process. So I trust Copilot a little bit more than ChatGPT. All right, I think we're getting somewhere. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Authenticated page tests 47 on login as default. It's saying that page doesn't exist. Really? Why you do this? I don't need to do that check now. Why does it think page does not authenticate page 47 was here, and you're telling me page does not exist? It's in profile tests line 12. There. Do it again. You have a question about learning C# in 2025 as a fresher? I have basic knowledge of .NET Core MVC. It's called ASP.NET Core MVC, but EF Core and Angular. You failed one interview. They were taking a whiteboard practice interview. I'm weak in logical programs like sort array without inbuilt functions, and some programs involve mathematics. What should I do now? Well, it sounds like they're looking for some algorithm training. Go study some of that stuff. Have you built anything with your knowledge? Have you built anything with your ASP.NET MVC, EF Core, and Angular? Practice building a little website. Find out where the rough edges are on that, right? What I encourage folks to do who are getting into this field is to get some practical experience, even building a little hobby website for yourself, right? And I come back to the collections example. Everybody has a collection of something. Everybody's got something they collect. Movie posters, comic books, coins, stamps, whatever it is. You know how to use ASP.NET Core MVC, EF Core, and Angular. Terrific. Build a little website to manage your collection. What does that involve? And as you start building it, you've built an e-commerce. Okay, what did you learn? Was it something you built in school? Like, if someone's asking you to write a method to sort an array, and they don't like that you used the internal sort functions that are already available for you, something else is going on there. Like, if somebody asked me to build a quick sort or a bubble sort or a shell sort, I wouldn't remember how to do that right now. I would go look that up and write it. But why am I being asked to build a sort? See, there's that question. Right? Like, these are the questions that you have to ask about the interview experience to understand, well, is that really someplace that you wanted to work? right? Like, when somebody asks you to rewrite something that comes in the base class library, in my mind, it's, why are you asking me this? Do we have people who work on staff at the organization that are smarter than the team that wrote the base class library? If so, that's amazing. Why are you asking a junior developer to do that? What it sounds like was it was a weed out question. They were checking to see if you actually took algorithms classes. That's what it sounds like. That's their prerogative. That would be the next direction that I go, would be to go look up and learn algorithms. You know the things that I would want you to know to build websites for a website company as a junior developer. Do you have practical experience doing it? Not entirely clear. But you're a freshman. You're a fresh graduate. That's what I meant. Like, they're looking for some experience. They're looking for what you learned while you were in college, while you were in university. This is still giving me... So I added that on there's initialize async that's being done in the page test, right? There's the context test. Let's move some things around here a little bit. Let's take you off of here. Public class. Manage XUnit test suite. Yeah. And I'm going to move this here. I still need the return. Thank you. Okay. So now I shouldn't have that confusion between the two. Right? When in doubt, add another layer of abstraction. You like that theme, Chris Funk? How you doing? Primogen is a free algorithm course. Yeah. On front-end masters. Yeah, go check that out. But once again, algorithms like that are like, hey, write me a sort. Those are questions that I would want somebody who's writing low-level code to execute. And now we've got 5 that failed. Oh, you stink. Specified storage state file does not exist. Yeah, I know. Oh, because I didn't put the check if it exists. Right. There you go. But wait a sec. Hang on. That is in first login tests. Can log in. I didn't... see, we're like rebuilding this thing now. Right? First login tests. Login as default admin. Right, the file doesn't exist at that point. Okay. And then the next one is storage file does not exist. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I might have cleaned that up. Rerun. You were so stressed about it because you failed and I'll succeed one day, gave you hope for... So here's the thing with the Royal Gamer King 2. And I can't believe I'm in the presence of royalty here. Not everybody passes every interview. It's rare that you're going to pass every interview. It's rare that you're going to find success in every interview. That's just the way it is. Even I don't pass every interview, okay? And I'm minor tech influencer Jeff Fritz. Like, there are people who will interview me for positions, and I'm not going to pass that. So, but here's the thing, right? I'm a little bit different. I'm a known quantity. There's thousands of hours of me on video spouting my technical expertise on YouTube, and you can find, you know, tens of thousands of lines of code that I've written on my GitHub. It's all publicly available. So needing to prove that out in an interview is something that junior and senior developers need to do. When you have a body of work that you can refer back to and point people to, yeah, I worked on product ABC, and I was the lead developer on the team that delivered functionality foo. They can look at that product and understand where your experience came from. Right? There's some reference there. And that's a little bit of where the interview process is unfair for junior folks in the field. So, let's see what we have here. Timeout 30 seconds on the connection to get the title. Locator expected to be visible. Site admin. See, I don't feel like this actually did the login. Isn't there a way with XUnit to force a test to be first? Make this the first test that runs. Yeah. I thought there was like a priority or something here that we could do. Right? Priority. Yeah. No. Yeah, something like that. Right? Isn't that a thing? No. Right? All right, so if we do this, make the can login test the first test that runs. Not ruins, runs. You can use the order attribute. Yeah, there we go. Test case orderer. Yeah, do that. Right, so it's saying, no. Here, do that. No, that's not what I copied. I copied you. Oh, dear Lord. Fine, just apply the thing. Do it. Okay, what do we got? Yes, accept that. Sure. Accept that stuff too. 4 of 3. What? Ignore that. Yeah, do that. No, ignore that. No. No, you've butchered my... See, now you've done it. Sure. I don't. You've mangled my. No, now you want to do more. I don't know what you're approving. 1 of 0. Stop it. It's so confusing. See, look. It still doesn't know what this was. No. No. Ooh. How do we fix this? Thinking back, right, what got us into this? We're trying to automate the login. Shouldn't the tests be independent of one another? Yes. The initialization code that I'm trying to do is the login so that it saves the login state. And that's available to every other test that runs. X unit ordering, is that even a thing? I don't see it. Can't you do something in the constructor of the test class to set up the state after login? So I'm doing that in the authenticated page test base class to set the state right there. Hey, this is a class. What the heck is... Where did that come from? This class is used to test pages where we are logged in. Thank you so much, VS4VJ. Hello, welcome. Sure, logged in as a user. Okay, so if we need to be logged in here, this will let us log in as default admin. And right, and we move this other bit to initialize and clean up that auth JSON file on disk, which is sitting right here. Actually, that's an old one. Delete that. Delete that. Where is it? Delete. I thought you were going to delete that. I deleted... Did I delete the bin folder? No. So let's actually... Let's delete that file at the end also. Wrong one. I thought format was... No. No, it's not Control-Shift-I. Thought it was Control-Shift-F. No. Alt-Shift-F. Ah, that's the one. All right. Run that again. Let's see what we get. I feel like I should write a little bit of log text that says, hey, generated and got logged in when it does the first login. And I've also got that weird ordering thing that I tried to do. Right over here. This is going to blow up. It doesn't know what to do with that. Yeah. It doesn't know what that is. So, what the hell? Why did it delete? So let's go into this. Try it again. See what happens. Right, this race ordering to get logged in and then save the login state so that we can use it. Part of me really wants to ditch this and throw it out and say, I had it working. Okay, starting the test. Yeah, this is going to hang. Because it's not getting logged in. Yeah. Okay. Here are an authenticated tests. This should be setting. So I feel like we need like a reader-writer lock around this. That, hey, it's attempting to set up and write that file. So let's set up a reader-writer lock slim. And let's do lock dot enter read lock. Now same thing here. This should be enter read lock. But here we're going to do exit read lock. We're instead going to do exit read lock, enter write lock. So that it doesn't try to run another test until this is done. All right. See what we get here. So I'm not trying to put it in the constructor of the test class because I've already got an external class that runs at the beginning of the test suite to clean up the authentication state that we're writing to disk. So what we are going to do is we're going to wait for the website to start, make sure that things load here. The write lock is being released without being held. Aaron did it right there.
Oh my.
Hey, Digital Drummer Jay. Happy Tuesday, even though it feels like it's Wednesday. Yeah. Are they because I'm using X unit instead of N unit? I don't think so. Yeah, this is not able to get to the profile page because it's not logged in, right? If I go back up here, let me... Right, we should still see the auth JSON file on disk. Right, it's right there. It didn't delete it. It should delete it no matter what. So the file is there on disk, but it's not getting... Like, now, most of my tests are failing. The write lock is being released without being held on 76. And this one is locator expected to be visible. And then exit write lock. What a pain in the neck. You thought it was your mouse cursor. See, it's a new user database each time it runs, so I do need to have it log in each time. At least once. And then go through the process. But Lockwrite is being released without being held. So it wrote the file. There it is. Right, and we can... right? We can delete that file. And if I come in here and let's just throw a try catch around this. Like, I am not opposed to, right? Catch exception ignored. Yeah. Do it again. I am almost out of coffee already. That's how stressful a run this has been. Playwright does support XUnit now. So when we look here, the XUnit is now in the kit for us to use. So, testing. Hopefully. I don't like how long this is taking. I don't see .auth. It did write the .auth file. Okay. Don't tell me I'm running into a lock scenario here now. Yeah. This is a problem. Oh man. So, right, test post. That's all the way at the end. No, those are old files. It's not even getting to that. Trying to get to the profile page and it's not logged in. With respect, I don't think this has helped us at all. Carrying that information along? Create a new context with the saved storage state. Yeah. And it's not logging in. setup is not available. Let me show you. So like I could create my own context and push it through at that point, right? Context is coming out of context test, which is further. Context on initialize. New context, context options, configure await. Like, right? I can certainly... Here, when it initializes, that should be deleting. Tell it, don't delete at the end for right now. Right? Sure. No. Right, so page is context, new page, async. I already created the context. It's right there. No. New page async. Come here. Really? Back over here. Context, new page async. Sure. What? That is an iBrowser context. Oh, we need to say new context on that. Ugh. And now it needs to know that that is a... No. It's not reading it because it's not written yet. I haven't... Right, I need to clear it out. New context, context options. And context options is browser new context options. Hey, Code with Sean.
Code with Cian just resubscribed for 56 months. What the what? 54
What?
months.
What the what? Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Await new context. Are you kidding? New context is from browser test. Oh boy. The new context method is browser new context async. You dog. Browser. And it doesn't know what browser is. Because browser's up here. Hey, Frank. Hello. Yeah, let's do browser new context async. But I can't do browser. Right? Browser isn't a thing. Right? This is inside of a page test. So we could say that this needs to become async. Okay. All right, so I have the Chromium browser. So now I can say context equals. Well, I'm in a page at this point, right? I don't really. I need to get the base URL loaded in here. So if I'm up here, browser. Right, and that gives me a context. So now created a new page. Okay. Now go and do the login. Right? Which is this. Yeah, replace these. Now, why don't you... Because I didn't await that. Really? Now we got it. Okay, and this should be... Really, you're not going to change it for me? So now we've saved the storage state. And we've initialized. So... Ads have just kicked in. Hey, Mila. So I think... Because I did that up front... This should always exist. And here... Right, I don't... Let's get rid of this. This doesn't exist, so it doesn't know what that is. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. So I don't need any of that. And this is all... And that doesn't exist. Because I'm doing the login up here and saving the authentication state up front. Now let's see what it does. So, right, I'm trying to front load the authentication so I can reuse it throughout the rest of the tests. And then I can skip through all of that await stuff. Okay, authentication test is logged in, is assigned and never used. That's fine. Do it again. We're getting there. Right? And getting this in line is going to help us build tests and verify that everything's working properly in the future. But I'm still hanging on the fact that the Blazor navigation with enhanced navigation doesn't quite work with Playwright. And I need a way to either disable it. There we go. No, this is going to hang and fail. It did write the auth file. There it is. But it's not going to complete successfully. We're going to get to the 30 seconds and it's going to pop. There it is. Bang. So this is in create post, trying to get to the title. It didn't even write any of the images. There's it trying to get to the profile page. The home page is empty. When it thinks it's logged in, there's nothing there. Logged out. Doesn't think there's... The about page worked. Let's go through all of those images, delete those. Yeah, 4 failed. So it is getting logged in. So I'm going to tell it to delete the auth JSON file. Right? Yeah. Let's make that one line. Same thing here. So it's getting logged in. It saves the authentication information. And consequently, then this should always be there. So I don't need to, I shouldn't need to do that check. And what tests? Shoot. It was like manage profile. Right, there's somewhere that I've... That looks fine. Can log in. Go ahead and log in. Take the logged in picture. There's somewhere that I've placed a 5-second timer, and I don't see it. And we're just hammering and rerunning these tests. And it's frustrating, to be sure. That's the end of my coffee. All hell's gonna break loose now. So here it goes. But it's going to not get anywhere. There's the .auth. Any PNG files? Any screenshots? I don't see any. There's the about page. It got there. The profile page, it's not logged in. Redeemed OMG Get Fritz more coffee? Yes. But I'm kind of toast here because it's trying to log in and it's not getting there. Right? Using this shared auth context. Right? So create post when it's trying to say get by placeholder title. Developers. Bayline 89, hello. Right, so here it's trying to start typing in what the title is. Let's take a screenshot. And let's also open this up so timeout. Right, timeout equals, and timeout is a time span, I'm assuming. No, it's a float. Defaults to 30 seconds. Default timeout can be changed by using browser context set default navigation timeout. Come here, you. This is in here. So let's go down into here, and in that context, no, it's not on that. Get rid of that. No. Set default navigation timeout. I guess that's 5 seconds? Gonna do page. All right, do it that way. Can I set the context there? There's a options that's being configured with that. It's right there. Right, it's being created up the stack. Well, actually, yeah. Right, so now it should fail on 5 seconds instead of 30 seconds. Ba-bang! There you go. So we're failing a little bit faster. But we should have a screenshot, though. Trying to get to manage profile. Well, that's a different one. We're way far out here on 30 seconds. Test post list. Didn't even get there. It's not logging in with the auth credentials that we're giving it. Right, even though... Yeah. It's not loading that auth JSON. So in here, what if we do, right? It was new context async. But see, it's already generating a context down in here. Right, if we look at this. Right, and I'm actually walking the stack here. If I go down into the page test, right, it's not created in there. Here it is. Public virtual, and it creates, and it's for it, right, there's, so I'm trying to add on to those options. And the context is being created with that each time on the initialize. So I should be able to look at the context here. That's going to save it. Why don't you like me referencing it? Yeah, I know it's not null. Thanks. What's... I miss that it used to tell me what these things are. Right, and page test is context new page. Now, the context is coming out of the base. I've got page test open twice here. Right, this is right there, and on the initialize, it's setting it. So walking up, initialize async is here overriding and setting the page. In SharpSite page test, I'm not overriding it. But here, I'm calling initialize async. I'm initializing it. Right? So it should have the context at that point. Right? Let's launch this in Visual Studio. Let's launch this in Visual Studio. So we can run the test with the debugger attached. In the club. No, clear. So let's go into SharpSite app host. Yeah, .NET run, and then I'll be able to debug the test and actually look at everything that's going on inside of it. What am I going to do? I don't have anything. I need a beverage. There we go. So now I can bring up Test Explorer. Right. Close all this nonsense down here. I don't need those. I just want my tests. So here I am in Create Post Tests. And we can bring that up. It doesn't like the spelling. Fine. So what I should be able to do now is the site is running, right? There it is. The site is running. So over here, if I go to create post test, let's call this new post page, right? And I can go into Test Explorer, jump right to the, I can run it right there, right? Debug it. And I'll see exactly the state of things as I get through to here. Old? What's old? Okay, so it should have just written that image to disk. So, new post page. It's not logged in. Right? So now let's inspect the page. There's the context. GUID, owner page. It's not loading the state. Let it finish running through, and now let's walk it back. Because this should be running and setting the storage state path. So I'm going to put a break there. My tests should have failed. What? Stop. Oh, I'm on the... whatever. All right, here. Debug. Let's step in. Now it should hit the breakpoint for creating the context. There it is. And base URL, yes. ENUS, good. Storage state path, auth JSON. Is it not loading that location? Is test new post page. There it is. And there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's not logging in. Even though we're telling it to load that state. New browser context async, and that's the option that it's specifying. Doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. I've spent more than an hour and a half on this. I think it's time to pull the ripcord and say, this doesn't work. Like, yeah. It's completely distracted me from getting this working. And this whole initialize. I'm just going to comment that out so it doesn't know what it is, so it doesn't run it. So now if I go back over here and try to run this, it's actually going to do the full login. So on the new post page, it did get there. It fully logged in. And it tried to save. And then it went looking for that. So the save is supposed to come back to. It comes back to the post list page. And if my hunch is right, admin/posts. Sure. Try that again. Right, waiting for that to finish loading. So it's going to connect. Maybe I need. Hey there. Last Cyber Jesus. Lost Cyber Jesus. Hello, welcome. Maybe I just need to wait for the load state async. And don't need to wait for. Maybe I just need that. Maybe. The site is currently running out here. Let's go click into it. It opens somewhere. I don't know where. There it is. These are important things for us to discover and understand how they work when we go to build applications with Blazor that has enhanced navigation, and we want to be able to test this. So I'm okay going and discovering and putting this together a little bit. If I look at my, yeah, there's my test post right there. Let's delete that, save the change. Okay. I'm going to delete these screenshots. Back over here, and I should be able to run this test. See what we get. Nope. So this is, it's looking to click through to, right? Oh, I didn't tell it to actually click. I didn't tell it. I removed the bit to click. Which is, I should be able to say just test post link, click async. And I don't need that anymore. So if my hunch is correct, right? What do we got? New post page, that looks good. The post list, yep, it wrote it. So let's go delete that. I'll refresh. There's the test post. Delete it. I'm okay with having to do these things. Yeah. It's what I'll do is, there it goes. Right, the click async, when this runs, right, because we're clicking a link, that feels bad. This is coming off of an interface, isn't it? It is. Okay. So if I go back over to first website, that's going looking for the about page, taking a screenshot, clicking the about page, taking a screenshot, and moving on. Right, I feel like I have to wait for the load state to be idle each time now. So now if we look at the profile, go to account manage. So that should finish loading immediately. It's not, though. Right. So login is default admin. Should click on manage profile, and let's wait for it to finish loading. Gonna click the save button, wait for it to finish loading, take the screenshot, and make sure that it has the test phone number. Okay. You see where I'm going with this, friends? Ads are kicking in. They are in. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you letting the friends know. So now if I try to run all the tests, they should run. and creating that first post. Yeah, there's... I think we screwed up there because there's multiples now. Locator expected to be visible. Yeah, I think I run them again. Why don't I allow it to show the browser so I can see what's happening? I could. First login test failed. See, now... Right, here's where we're going to start to see... So here in Can View Profile... It's waiting for Manage Profile to be visible, but if I look at the screenshot, it's not logged in. Why isn't it logged in? Do I need to put at the end of this? And let's comment this out. What do we got? Didn't even write it. Run them all. That worked. Clear out the extra test post. Run it again. That feels like it's running better. All right, let's run it with the test script here. High today is 5 Fahrenheit, but next Monday the high is 68 Fahrenheit. Dear Lord. Right now it's 22 Fahrenheit here in Philadelphia, on the east coast of these United States. Come on now. Now, I stopped the website. You know what? The database is it still out there? That should be okay. Like, I don't mind if it's running. Yeah, it's still running out there. Stop those. Try it again. You're supposed to hit 88 next Thursday? Yeah, here comes spring like a freight train in the States, let me tell you. So this should build and start here. Negative 32 where Spots is. Where are you at, Spots? What part of the world? You don't have to give anything specific, but... Continent, country. You're welcome to not respond as well. That's okay. Hey, I've got friends in Alaska. I've got family in Alaska. Saskatchewan. That's pretty close to Alaska. Hope you're doing well. That is some cold weather you got there at negative 32 Fahrenheit. This is going to crash. We saw it. 2 degrees Celsius in Scotland today. There you go. And it's also going at 30 seconds on these tests. Oh. And it's right there on create post again. Even though I told it to change the timeout. Right? Await that. Come on now. No. Not logged in. This is so annoying. It's really cold. A bit. A bit. So in my home, I actually have two heaters. I have an oil heater and a heat pump. So when it gets below 30 Fahrenheit, the oil heater kicks in and runs. Fail. So only one failed, and it's the create post, trying to get to the title. Trying to get to the new post page and not logged in. That should be logging in. What a sure, let's also tell it to show the browser. What is it to show the browser? We had this. Install, configure. Show browser. Playwright Trace Viewer is a GUI tool that lets you explore recorded Playwright traces of your tests. You can go back and forward. Great. How do I turn that on? Recording a trace. Start async. With test name attribute. Where are they getting that? With test name. Really? Is that a thing? No. No. Using Microsoft Playwright X units. No, they wrote it right here. Sure. Now all that works. Okay, fine. So that should record a test there. You have a gas combination boiler there. Not much else apart from electric heaters. Yeah. And they can be costly. Yes. That's why mine doesn't run when we get really low and instead the oil kicks in. But, yeah. Let's see what we got here. We're over 5 seconds. That's a different test. That's a different test. Right? And it's not even telling me which one it is. Can view profile. Let's go back over here. And I'm going to put that same bit. See if I can get some test reports coming out of it now. And where's it writing them? Right, start tracing. Yeah, it's not clear to me where it's writing it. And they will all work this time. Of course! Of course they do. In the Playwright Traces directory. I don't see Playwright Traces. Oh, we need to actually stop down here. Yeah. Put it in there, back up here. So to Mr. Magoo's question there, why don't we take a look at it? The trace operation here should generate and give us all the trace information about what is going on under the covers. There it is, running. Yeah, there's Playwright Traces, and it ran successfully that time. You dog. And if we want to examine Playwright PS1, show trace, and pointing to the file. Or we can just open trace Playwright dev. Ooh, look at all the goodies. Right, so there it is, logging in. There it is, typing in the stuff. Verifying there's the post, going back to the home page, and it works the rest of the way. You pain in my neck. You absolute pain in my neck. Stand by. No, we're good. Okay. I've got it wired up and sitting here in both of these, and these are both authenticated page tests. Like, neat trick. Yeah. So, now what? It is pretty cool. It is, no doubt. Let's move this somewhere else. To its own folder. I'm going to take these and put them in here. This I'm going to move out to its own file because I have a feeling I'm going to end up deleting it here in just a little bit. There's the initialize async. Let's paste those two in. If I add that, right, I should be able to, yeah, remove it from over here. Run it again, and we should get traces generated from that. I'm going to delete the existing ones. We should get some new traces in the box above. Now we can run it not just on the website, but it said the PowerShell tool that's delivered and sitting here in the bin folder can open these as well. I'm using the website just because it's right there and it's easy. And this is going to run. There's my traces. Okay. What if I want to turn them off? Yeah. Really? No. Yeah, that's right. It is unreachable. Fine, let's not. We'll make that private, static. Read only. I like them apples. Sure. So now it's not going to run the traces. Run it again. Having a trace makes it work is exactly the thing that I'm hoping to avoid. Because it generates a lot of context. So this will start the website, kick it off, and it should not trace. It's going to work. No, it's not. Bang. One more time. And that's getting the title on the create post page. Nope. But I should also be able to run this in parallel. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of what's going on here. I'm going to step up to here, and I'm going to tell it it can run at most 5 in parallel.
You can do it!
It's not hard. Come on, friend. Here we go. There it goes.
What's that?
It worked this time, Jack.
What's that?
No, really, it did.
Inconceivable!
I know. It is. It's so inconceivable.
What'd you do?
I told it to run several of them in parallel.
Wait, let me explain something to you.
It's not supposed to work like that. You make me sad. Wait, what changed there? No. Yeah, all that translator stuff should not go. Correcting Playwright tests? Let's see what the hub of all things Git thinks. Is it because it's locked to one thread still? No, actually, I set it up to run on 5 threads. So we shall see. Come on, build it up, friend. And after it's done running the build, it's going to kick off the test where it's going to actually, well, it's going to install the browsers, then it's going to pull the database, and then start wrenching on that. So we will see what happens there. Right, here it is pulling the browsers. Now it's pulling the database. Because it's going to run the database here. No problem, sim racers. No problem. Happy to answer those questions and make sure that we're up to speed on what's actually going on here. Yep. So, waiting for the website to start, which means it's going to start the database, it's going to run the database migration, and then start the website after that. After the website started, now it's running the tests. And it failed. Timeout exceeded. Reading the post. Trying to get the title. So good. Yeah. Works on my machine. Yeah. Yeah. Run it again. Ads start in 1 minute. Thank you so much, Sean, for the mention there on the ads. If you're watching on YouTube, there are no ads. I see there's a bunch of folks watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're learning and writing Playwright tests here that exercise a Blazor application that's running inside of a .NET Aspire system. So and this is really what we want when we're doing integration tests with a tool like Playwright. Start up the entire system, give me a fresh database, run all my tests against that fresh database, that fresh configuration, and exercise it. Show me how things look here. And what we're seeing, it ran in it didn't write traces for everything. It didn't write traces for everything. Here we are in Authenticate page tests. It should have, but it wrote it for first login tests and profile tests. But it didn't write it for the create post tests. Oh, man. It is insanity. You're right, Scherer. I don't know what to tell you. Let's split that. And, leave that up so I can do my getting. My getting? That's a thing, right? Up here. Drop into here. And if I .NET run here, right? Make sure the site's running. Hang on. Log into the dashboard. Come on, show me the distributed message here. There it is. So now if I tell it to run the create post tests, it should be running it with the trace enabled, and it should write them right here. There it is. And it failed. Let's go over here. Let's drop that one in. So it went to the account login page, clicked on the login, clicked in there, and went to fill in async. Did not fill it in. There it is, writing it. It didn't fill in the email. Do you see that? Right here, it's clicking the login link. It doesn't need to click the login link. I'm already there. It's going to fill in that, and it didn't actually write the text in. Hang on. Right? I don't need to do that. But it should get that box and fill in, and it's not. Isn't that weird? $12.05. We should get a new one here. No, it's not going to do it. 12:07. So here it went to log in. It keyed it in, the password, click the login button, wait for it, admin post, took a screenshot. Go find the title, key in test post. Key in this is a test. Click the save button, and we got a unhandled error. Look at that. So why did we get a... Is it because we already have a post with that title? Schemas, tables. Yep. Delete that. Run that again. And it worked. There we go. So try and run everything. Should you click on the field first, then fill? You don't need to. It should do it itself. Oh, that's going to run the unit test down there also. Just run the end-to-ends. Okay. I guess I'm satisfied that that works. Now, finally, I'm going to write the test for the error that we're actually trying to expose here, and 3.5 hours later. We're going to set the date to sometime in the past. So I'm going to go back over here and under create post tests, right? Let's take out the screenshot stuff. We don't need to do that because we're grabbing traces. Right, and it's grabbing screenshots for me along the way. Okay. Create a new post with a date in the past. Okay, let's see what we get. So, login as default admin, go to admin post, title. Let's call this test post in the past. Let's actually pull that out. Undo that. Well, let's pull this out. Let's call this post title, right? Test post in the past. Click save. It doesn't set the I don't like that refactoring. Introduce constant for all. Local constant. That's the one I want. Post title. We'll call this test post in the past. Okay. This is a test, and we're going to set the publish date to some date in the past. Save. We want this same. I think I already added that under login as default admin, right? To have it. Yeah. Expect, and this should be name equals post title. Go to the home page, and we want that. Make sure it loads. Go find it, click it. Wait for it to load. Look at the title. I think that's okay to start. See how that runs. I expect it to fail. Execute order 66 errors. So, test failed. Malformed value. Get by label publish date. Locator resolved to input type date. Attempting fill action. And it doesn't like it. So, does this need to be... like that? And I don't need to click it. Let's see what it found. All right, I'm hopeful here. I don't think so. Test post date in the past, and it still comes up with today's date. See it there? And it's got the wrong date on it. Right, it's got today, even though the date is supposed to be in the past. This is good. Like, we found the error. Right? This is... So, let's get it to throw the error. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure that the title matches. Check that the date... I don't think that's it. Display post. Display post. That one. Right, it's title div lang. It's the H6. Check that the date in the H6, yeah, is in the past. Yep. Okay, assert that it is a date, sure. Yeah. That works. I'm not looking for the specific date, but let's say no. Let's say assert equal. Can we do that? Result dot, it's the date part. That's the actual. 2021 date, right? And I expect that to throw the error now. Which theme is this? Which theme is what? This is the standard default dark theme. There we go. Values differ. So now I've properly exposed the bug. Now I can actually go and fix it. And I'll know that it's fixed when it is done. So here, delete that. So I'll go, let's start with the admin page for edit post. So on initialized publish date, it sets to date time now. Save post. Should have bound it to the publish date right there. So here on add post, let's go find that. There it is. Need to restart the website now. Not terrible. Yeah, Elias, how you doing there on YouTube? What theme are you looking for? This is the standard dark theme that ships with Visual Studio that I'm using. So if we look at tools, theme, there it is right there, the dark theme. So, and I'm using Visual Studio 17.14 preview 1. I always try and stay on the preview track here so we can see some of the new features as they're being built. Okay. That should be running now, right? Yep. Okay. So I'll go back and rerun my create post with date in the past. And no, Create with date in the past. What do we got? There it is, and it's keying in that date. Where am I? Right here. It didn't key in the date. There it is, 1/1/2020. Clicking save. And it is showing the publish date there. Okay, go to the home page. Test post in the past, good. Clicking that. And it doesn't load. Hey, Chris Jones. You're welcome, Elias. All the best to you. Elias? Elias? I hope I'm pronouncing your screen name right. So what's on that locator? Right. Get by role. ARIA role link. Name equals test post in the past. I got that backwards. Right, this, that. Right? Can you show me what that is? Right, there's the locator. Okay. Locator resolved to A 2020-0100 and attempting click action, waiting for the element to be visible, enabled, and stable. Scrolling into view, done scrolling, performing click action. We should be waiting for the load state. Right? Waited for the page to load. Found that. Wait for network idle event already fired. I hate to do this. Not delay async, just delay. Now, that blog post should be there. Yeah. Come here. No. Database, sharp site. No. Schemas. Tables. There it is. Delete it. It's clearly running it. I just want to make sure that it goes. Should you be able to set the publish date in the past? That's a different business question. There, that worked. That's a different business question. So now there's 8 tests. Go run all 8 tests. And now the default create post. Strict mode violation. Really? Come here. Let's see what this is. Resolve to 2 elements. I want it exact true on that. Here, right? Where, not that one, this one. Is that? Interesting bit there. Okay, so that's still running. Try this one more time. Run all 8 tests. Bloggers often have to enter something that's set in the past, for example, importing a blog from another source. That's a good one. Importing a blog from another source. So here it is running that last create post method. I don't think this is going to work. Timed out. Trying to get the test post. It wrote it. Um, 5 seconds should be plenty of time for it to run that. I mean, I'm happy to make these 10. Try that one more time. So it's interesting that it's creating the post in the past first, and then creating the post, and this one is, that's still the old log. Timed out. Wait, even though I set it to 10 seconds. The text is wrong. Because they set it to be exact. Let's do this. Introduce local constant for all occurrences. And we'll call this post title, just like I did in the other one. And let's move this up. Watch, that'll work now. Because I turned on the exact match. Let's see what we do here. Run this one last time. I'm also hopeful on that being significantly faster. Hey, McNets. He's using Azure Speech to Text. Ah, rats. Nope, still didn't get it. What do we got this time? Strict mode violation. Resolved to 2 elements. Yeah, I said exact equals true. Right there. Oh wait, ARIA link. Oh, down here I've got the same thing. Because it's writing multiple posts. Ah, okay. Okay, that's actually good. Like, I appreciate that it's finding things that are similar and saying, well, this is my best try. Hey, Surly, you've been in Slack huddles with your team leader? Wow. What are tests really for, asks Davin. You program in C# for over a year now, and I tried unit testing, and I see it as like an unnecessary step. The unit tests are the insurance policy. I keep coming back to this, right? This is, and don't look up TDD. It's a great topic, but you're already past that discussion. It's the insurance policy that the things are working the way you expect them to be. In this case, we're writing not a unit test, but we're writing an integration test for this very well written error report. Hey, when I create a new blog post and I set the date to sometime in the past, I save the post and go to visit the homepage, it should show me that the date is in the past. So yeah, TDD does explain the value of tests, but this discussion is a little bit past that. And shaping design is not what we're entirely looking at here right now. Right, so what I'm using the test for in this case is go through and reproduce exactly what that error was. Log in, go to the create post page, go fill out, here's the title of the test. In this case, it's just, it's filling in the text box of content, clicking save, and checking to make sure that it posts up in the various places, right? So I'm going to push this change out now, and it's going to hopefully verify that everything works properly. Test-driven development uses the test to say, here, exercise this bit of API that doesn't exist yet, and you then write the code to satisfy the test. And you're not done writing code until the test passes. So it gives you a way to use the requirement of what that feature should be to deliver it. And ensure that you've written the right amount of code. So, yeah, deflux with a good explanation there. Knowing that you didn't break something that was a feature that was defined in the past is a big part of this. And a lot of folks that, oh, I'm in the wrong folder. A lot of folks that run development teams will say, gosh, I don't think writing tests is valuable because you're writing the same code twice. You're not necessarily writing the same code twice. But you're exercising the way that code is going to work. That's going to be similar to how it's called somewhere else when you're writing unit tests. Here it is. And hopefully this will get in and get running. Logging in. Good, good. Yes. There we go. So I know that I fixed that bug report because I literally wrote that bug report as a series of steps to be taken here. Now, as we get further into this, I look at that right there. And I want this to be a more sensible, common, shared method that I can reuse in several places there. Thank you for the follow. It's not needed until production blows up. Top brass starts yelling when you have tests that say, hey, this works. It's better then you have that assurance before it gets into production. And you're right, Davin. It's going to help you make sure that it works before you get into production, and it's something reproducible that everybody can run. Now, I look at that, and I want to turn that into a reusable piece of code. That annoys me. Right? So if I do something like this, internal static class, no. Post navigation extensions. That's not bad. Why don't you like that? Fine. So I also want to be able to go to the create post page. Navigate to the, create post page. There it is. So now what I can do now that's a little bit cleaner in defining here's what I'm doing. Right? And if the create post page changes URL in the future, that magic string is right here. Similarly here, navigate to post, name post title, and let's do exact equals true. So, and let's also put that task delay in there. Right? So this bit right here, I can make navigate to post, post title. And same thing up here. And if I run that one more time, right, I'm refactoring and I'm creating a little bit of domain-specific language that is going to enhance my tests. So the next time I write a test and I say, oh, I want to navigate this and go click this, it's becoming clearer and easier for me to have some of that boilerplate code already written. So the things that I do need to change, I can do in one place. So the test should still all work the same way, and everything should pass. There was a guy that get really upset when we regressed bugs back into the system. Yeah, I bet. Sure. It's better to do it in the application to do it. No, it's not better to do it when the application is fully deployed. It's better to do it locally before it's deployed. Using tests as a way to emulate a bug, right? A bug report that you got. And include that test is a great way to ensure that that bug doesn't break again in the future, right? You know when it's done. would you put the test as part of the pipeline in DevOps or on PR trigger? Yes. Yes, absolutely, George. Mm-hmm. Yep. And right, maybe there's unit tests only that I would run as part of the PR trigger, and I might set up end-to-end tests as part of a merge trigger only. It's up to you. For this project, for SharpSite, and the link for SharpSite, if you're watching on YouTube, is in the description just below. You can go find all the source code that I'm writing out there. In this case, I'm running all the Playwright tests every time. I don't care. It's 11 seconds. It's running out on a GitHub action. That's okay. Right? So I'm going to move this to its own file. And now, right, my tests are becoming just a little bit more descriptive of what they're actually doing. And we can continue driving out some of that syntax. I'd also like to change that so that let's introduce this as a variable, right? And let's call this the post date, and I'm going to move it. Oops. There we go. Let's move that up here somewhere, and I'm going to make this post date to string, and right, we need to do this as year, month, day, and we'll do that. So now I have the same constant post date that's being pasted in here and tested down here. And that should make it right. So once again, I don't want magic strings floating throughout my code, particularly in test code. But writing unit tests is slower. Unit tests is slower up front. You're going to fix bugs. You're going to have bugs reported. Nobody writes bug-free code. Nobody. That's why you have testers. That's why you have test processes. Why you have test validation before you publish things. We want to shorten the amount of time that we have those tests take place. So by writing the test during development time, when it comes time for quality assurance and staging, you have a list of tests that you know passed. Then you can go and focus on some of the things that weren't tested or write additional tests. What you've done is you've now built hooks. You've built insurance policies so that when the bug reports do come in, you add another test. Or you can look at your tests and figure out where the gap is that slipped through on, update your tests, and instead of going around several times and running and testing and running and testing, I've just exercised the entire website for these 8 tests that we have defined, and you're welcome to look at them in GitHub, in 12 seconds. As a human, can you run and navigate through the entire website and do all those things in 12 seconds? Probably not. So we're optimizing and ensuring that everything works every time. And there's a multiplier to that now. So Ocular Malice reported this test. When Ocular Malice goes and is building the next feature and they start running the test there, now they're running tests to make sure that these other things work. And that compounds and multiplies, and now you're saving exponentially more time because your entire team of developers is not spending time clicking through all those things. So it ends up being exponentially cheaper. And it's hard to show that. But I think I explained it there. And let me know, friends, if I explained it well. And yeah, the site's not running over here, so I can't do that. Cool. Let's just double check. There's some other things in here that I might clean up and maybe turn some of these into methods for filling out and creating a post. But for right now, I don't need to refactor any further. So let's get these into the mix. I'm going to add the end-to-end test and refactor to simplify create post process. Push that up. Go back over here. And this is going to run again. It's going to run again. Thank you. And we'll see how it runs. Waterfall chart for the cost of fixing defects in production. Yes. Right? So, if you identify a defect at requirements, definition time. Well, you know, we shouldn't allow people to create blog posts that exist in the past. That might be a requirement. How you include that in the design, right, is going to cost you 3 times as much time as it took you to say, yeah, we shouldn't allow people to create blog posts in the past. So it's going to take you a little bit longer. It takes 7 times longer when you're actually writing the code if you identify, oh, crumbs, we should block folks from creating posts in the past. When you're testing, it's more than twice as much. And if it's in deployment, it is hundreds of times more expensive to fix that. Wait a sec, do we really want to allow people to create posts in the past? Because Steve wrote a blog post that was published in the past. Is that a thing? Should we allow that? Now we got to go back through and make sure everybody knows how to do this and run that whole thing again. This is just the time. There's also reputation that you lose for having that defect. We all remember the fail whale, right? That was a thing. So, setting up .NET, come on, run those tests. Get down there. Running the test now, there it is. So, total of 1 test file, and it was taking 11 seconds earlier, so let's see if this runs through properly. There's a good chance it won't. Nope, it ran properly. All 8 tests succeeded. There it is. Close it up. Creating a badge, post.net, it's not going to upload the badge. So, good. That ran properly. So now if I go back to my pull request, fix post date, now I get a green check because it worked. And now I can say it's ready for review. So, now I'm doing that as an integration test. For this one, I could have done this as a unit test. I could have. That emulates the way the page works. I could have done that. I did it as an integration test, actually clicking through, because this type of issue that was raised was more of an integration test. Doc Brown published a blog post in 1955 with Calvin Klein, I understand. Right? So, yep, fixes 298. Squash, merge that, push it in there, delete the branch, and that's now part of the 07 branch, which is actually this milestone release here. And here it is going to run the integration tests with the rest of what we're putting together for that next milestone. Awesome. Let me, while this is running, I'm going to back up. We can talk to chat a little bit here. NS Linter says, I've also seen a project with many tests, so many that nothing could be updated without large test work. I know the test was bad, but still an issue, so you have to be careful not coupling tests too closely to the code. Great point. Tests can be designed in a brittle way. And these tests, you'll see, the way that they're written for this integration test, right? I'm telling it to go find the title box. I'm telling it to go find the publish date box, to go find the content box. When the structure of the page changes, we're still going to have labels for title, publish date, content. It might use different controls, but that aria that's on those things is going to be the same. That descriptor of here's what this box is, here's what this widget is. Similarly, to NS Linter's point, that's why I did that little bit of refactoring. Let me go back there, because I think NS Linter, let me know if this is something that you see to help with some of that brittleness, right? When I changed this to say navigate to create post, right? I can clearly update all of my code so that the navigate post page, if we decide to change that URL, I have one place to change it, and all of my tests know how to work with that one page, right? Know how to go find that create post page. That's a good thing, right? I don't have that URL embedded in all of my tests. I could go further. And here in my edit post, right, I have admin post. This is the base URL for it. I could pull that out into a constant that's shared both by my web page and by my end-to-end test, right? Here. So that when it is changed in that constant for the web page, it also updates it here. I could do that. We're then at a question of how much optimization is enough. And it's doing these little steps that are small refactorings now that improve the durability of the test, and to NS Linter's point, reduce how brittle they are. So that when you do change a web page location, you do change the structure of the widgets on that page, it still works. And Playwright helps us to not be so directly coupled to a CSS locator, right? I'm not using a CSS locator, input text, right, dot name equals whatever, right? I'm not using any of that type of where is it? Right? I'm getting the placeholder that goes with it that says title. Unit tests will need to be cultivated as well, along with changing business logic. Yes. As you update features, you need to update your tests to go with it. And that would be the same if you had folks that were writing scripts by hand for testing, right? If somebody was literally writing a piece of paper script that said, here's how you test this feature, when that feature is updated and version 2 of that feature is released, you need to update all those paper scripts so it contains information about what version 2 is. That's a big step. So Code with Sean is making a very good point there. Ocular Malice chimes in here. When developers say they don't have time to write tests, they're just doing a disservice to everyone, and I don't want to work with those developers. I think there's... I want to just add on there. There's something to be said for being in the flow and wanting to just get the code written because I think I know how this feature works. Totally get it. Before you submit the pull request that delivers that feature, I'm with Ocular Malice. At that point, I need some tests. Is there a point with SharpSight where we're going to do some analysis and pull requests that says code coverage needs to be X% in order to receive this? I don't know. But we're getting there to a point where it's going to make sense. There we go. Both those tests passed. I feel good about that, right? Go back over to the pull request, and we should have some check marks down here that says that it ran successfully. Good. We've spent a lot of time today, looking at how Playwright helps us to write tests, integrate those tests, execute those tests with our application. I'm feeling better about the durability of this because what we discovered was that the navigation that Playwright's expecting doesn't actually occur because it's doing JavaScript refreshes in the background, right? It's doing the single page application, right? Dynamic background refresh. And that kind of hides the behavior of this. And that's okay. Right? We just need to understand and appreciate that. Your tester's getting started with that? Can I go a little bit longer here, friends? I want to show you something that I've been tinkering with and learning from called Allure Report. And I created an issue about this because I wanted to experience and explain and dive into this a little bit to learn a little bit more about what Allure Report is. If I've done this right, this could be really cool. There's a get started here. There's a tool to download and install for your favorite operating system. Let me clean up what I've got here for a second. Let me jump out to V07. Yes. Delete the fix post date branch because we just fixed that. I'm going to pull in from the upstream. There we go. So that's all merged. Let's spike. And take a look at this. So I've already installed code coverage 100% is an awful goal. Don't do that. Don't do that. I've already installed Allure. I have this available here. Right? There it is. And we can use this to no. Come here. We can use this. I don't want to start getting into that just yet. Hang on. XUnit. There it is. Get started with XUnit. Yeah. Prepare your project. Here we go. Add Allure XUnit to your project's dependencies.net. Add package Allure XUnit. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to put that into the end-to-end test. So let me jump into that and there and .NET add package Allure XUnit. That's going to go install. Add that to the project. Don't mind if I do. Thanks so much. Now explicitly select Allure as the XUnit test reporter. So you need to modify the reporter switch setting in the ren setting in the .NET test. I don't have a .run settings file. Yeah, let's just add this to the end of the run script. So I'm going to go in here.
Developers.
Who dat? Paper Bullets, welcome in. Allure is wonderful, says Bootstrap. You deploy it to the GitHub pages and it makes test results way more accessible. I agree. Go Birds! How you doing, Paper Bullets? Yes. Love seeing a little bit of support for my Philadelphia Eagles, the team that I support. So let me run the test now with this added in. Right? So I'm just going to jump back up and run that same build test script. Where'd it go? right there. Let it run, but this time it has allure hooked up, right? And then we're going to generate a report. So back over here, waiting for the website to start. Get out of the Playwright traces, and we should see an allure report folder get generated in here. Do I wear my Philadelphia on my sleeve like this? Do I? Bootstrap, my concern with publishing to GitHub pages is I don't necessarily want it over in GitHub pages. I'd rather it be an artifact that I can click into. There we go. And where'd the allure report go? Where did it go? Where did it write it? I did not see it. Did it write it on the root? No. Where did it write it? The allure directory setting. Where's that? Allure directory. It will be created. Defaults to allure-results. Why don't I see it? Could not find requested reporter allure. Well, that's part of it. I thought we just added it. One second. End to end. There it is. Allure X unit. Back up. And we told it to switch. But it didn't. Am I worried about privacy, or am I using the pages? I'm using the pages for the public website. So, like, I could create a folder somewhere down in the public website, since everything's public anyway. I could. I don't know. I like the idea of making it an artifact so that it gets deleted and goes away later. Actually, you're limited to how much space you can store in artifacts, so that might become an issue. So why is this saying could not find requested reporter allure? Go back here. There it is, running .NET test. Do I have to take that out? I bet I do. And that. Try that again. Right, because I had the logger in there. What kind of software do I mainly develop? And websites. I'm mainly a website guy. So yeah, this is open source software, Bootstrap. So the more I think about it, it's not terrible to publish the results out to GH pages, but put them somewhere off the main root of the website. Nope, could not find allure. What? That's just weird to me. Let's go down here. So why doesn't it load? Right, if I just do .NET test. Up here, I'm going to have to run the website. Right, sharp site, app. We'll run this after the website's running. Which, there it started. Right, I did the .NET restore. Yeah, restore complete, 0.3 seconds. That's fine. Did it create? It didn't create it. No. Bin debug net 9, and it's not here. There's the Playwright traces, and they were all just written, except for Can View Profile. Now I'm annoyed. Right. So it wants me to write a .run settings file. I mean, we can do that, I guess. I don't know. .run settings like that, right? I'm not familiar with that. Paste in the content. So I should be able to just run .NET test. It should error out because there's duplicate posts there with the same name. So it's getting a little confused. That's fine. No, it's not there. And it's not there either. Or there. Huh? This behavior can be changed using the XUnit reporter XUnit runner reporter. Where is this? I downloaded a sample that I was looking at yesterday. This one. Allure config JSON. What do we got? Sure. What else? Include allure config JSON. Allure XUnit coverlet. Let's get that included and bring it over. In here, there. Post that. Come here, you. Okay. Run the test now. Is it on net 9? Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. No, it didn't write it. Run it that way again. Show me the results. Hey, Fen, give me a second here to get this running, and then I'll answer your question. No, it didn't generate them again. What the heck? Because when I run over here, there's the report that it generated. There's the results. Nothing there. Allure config, allure X unit. And it's okay. It's in that central collection 212.1. That's 212.0. There you go. The one I pulled said net 8. Don't know. There you go. It's the Eye of Agamotto hat. Let this run. And I want to get my allure results. Nope. I do have the Java runner running. There's all kinds of metadata you can use to decorate at that point, see? And organizing tests. But we're not even there. If we look at this sample, right, and here's what the example looks like. And this is the kind of thing that I want to be able to generate. And be able to see exactly what's going on with our tests. So when we look at this, allure config JSON, schema doesn't matter. Net 7, enable. I hadn't seen that before, but sure, I'll decorate it with that. Remove allure config, include preserve newest. And they're including coverlet in here. That's the only thing that I'm missing. This is a spike, so I don't care. Go ahead and try pushing some more stuff in here. It gives reports over multiple runs. Yeah. Folder permission? Nah, it's running under my context. Right, really? Nope, didn't write it. Well, it's still testing. It's not in that folder. Not in that folder. Allure config JSON should be down in here. It's... There it is. All right. So what gives? Mm-hmm. Sure, give me that whole shebang. Do it again. Do I know a nice library for converting documents to PDF? Iron PDF has graciously... They have graciously sponsored the stream in the past. They make a commercial product that does that you can work with. So I highly recommend them. And like I said, they've sponsored the stream in the past. No. Didn't write it up here either. So, what gives? Like, it should especially be writing when tests fail. Right? Let's go look in the data, clear that out. There they are. These two, delete. I don't get it. There is no run settings over here in the example they gave. And if I delete all of these... Right? And I just run .NET test here, which just does a assert true, right? There's nothing allure in there. Restore lock mode, don't need to do that. Right, those are lock file things, don't really need to do that, but it includes allure config. And I get the allure results. And if I go in the allure report folder, no. Nope, that didn't load either. Allure generate. Yeah, where's the test? Use the allure open commit. All right, fine. Whatever. So I'm not quite sure what I'm missing here. No, it's not free. Generates and opens it, yeah. But why isn't it generating for the unit test project? For the end-to-end test project over here with Playwright? And this didn't write any... This doesn't have a run settings file sitting here. It's just allure config. And now looking in... No. No. And there's no reports written there either. This is a .NET 8. Sure, if we update it to .NET 9. Oh, wait a second. Okay. Where'd it go? We know there was a 2.12.1 version of that. No. Do I still have this? No. Manage NuGet packages. Go get me some updates. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So Allure doesn't work with .NET 9. Like, eight months ago. Yeah, wasn't updated for .NET 9. Yes. Allure generate. But what's these? Right, and when I copy that one into see what happens. So I'm here in the end-to-end and didn't write it. What's the difference? The packages locking shouldn't be a thing. I really want to use this, but it doesn't feel like it's writing properly. And I'm quickly running out of patience. Hey, Code Rushed. Hello. Welcome, welcome. How you doing there, Raiders? Great to see you. That's our friend Code Rushed. Welcome in. My name is Jeff Fritz. And we're taking a look at Allure Report and how we can use that with our tests to generate some pretty good looking reports from our test output. So what were you doing over there on your channel, Mark? What's let us know, and let's drop a shout out for our friend Code Rushed. Make sure you check out his stream. He does all kinds of stuff where he's tweaking, tuning, and enhancing Visual Studio. AI code folding into XAML and code behind. Ooh. Generating code from code using AI is really interesting. Is the directory generated in a temp folder? Why would it be? It's all running here locally. No. Windows. Temp. Yeah, I know. No. So I'm using it with the exact same arguments as what's in the sample project here. Is it because I'm missing? That's on XUnit Runner Visual Studio. Yeah, do that. And on, shouldn't be on Coverlet. Yeah. And then, really? Fine, go away. Run the tests again. The app data temp folder. No, didn't write it here either. No. I'll head over there. There is no temp folder here. There is no allure folder over here. Okay. Well. I'm going to kick this to the side and say I can't get it working. We've spent an hour working on it and I can't get it working. That's annoying. Well, what can you do? I'm going to check in this spike if anybody wants to take a look and try and get it running. No, git add. Attempting to test with allure. There you go. If anybody's motivated here, I can't get this working. But there's the link to my repository if you want to take a look. Try to get it running locally on your system. It's not generating the allure reports at all. And you've seen I ripped out all of the reporting stuff that was built and running out there. I even put down a run settings file. I don't know what that does, but I added it and that didn't do anything either. So I'm going to graciously pass on that, and if somebody's able to get it running, great. If not, then well, we're not going to use it for right now. But I do need to wrap up. I have some other things I need to get to for work today. But I really wanted to get allure working, and I'm disappointed that it's difficult to plug in and get working here with XUnit. So no matter. We'll move on. We'll move forward. There's plenty of other things for us to work on. And for now, I will talk to you another time. I'll talk to you on Thursday. I've got some projects come up here that I need to pay attention to and work on tomorrow morning. So I'm going to need to focus and get that built. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's connect on Thursday. Let's talk through this. If anybody wants to spend time, the link is there if you want to take a look at it. If somebody's got experience working with this and wants to take a look and provide some feedback, I would much appreciate that, because I really like the format of the reports it generates, and I think it will do the same things that we're trying to do with the test accountability project. So let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network, who I can get you connected to that's doing something fun. If you're watching on YouTube, there's lots of great videos down below and over here that we've created that you can check into. The ASP.NET community stand-up is going on right now. Let's go right over to them so we can learn more about what's going on with Razor tooling and hot reload. All right? I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.